Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Watch as our dog groomers give dog haircuts, perform dog nail trimming, dog bathing, and brush dogs' teeth in our pet spa. Hang out with us as we work, join the chat, and watch as we groom dogs all day. Hi guys, I am here with Gabby the Sr Havanese, and she's going to get all cleaned up for Thanksgiving. We've got a lot of fun grooms today. We have a couple of poodles. Monet, the standard poodle, about 12:30. Rollo May, the toy poodle, about, I don't know, 4 or 4:30. Along with a bunch of other fun dogs. So let's get busy on Gabby. Gonna go give her a bath. My shoes are squeaky. All right, here we go, Miss Gabby. I know it, baby. Good girl. It's okay. Oh, the very pretty girl. Yes, she's a very pretty girl. Hold on. It's all right. It's a rough life being a doggy getting a bath. Yes, it is. I know it. I know it. Poor girl. You gotta be beautiful for Thanksgiving. Yes, you do. Gotta smell good. And everybody can say, oh, what a cute doggy. Yes. Everybody say, look at Miss Beautiful Gabby. Mm-hmm. I know it. Good girl, Gabbykins. Good girl. Alright, we had a customer come in. Got to put some conditioner and put her up to soak while I go take in the client. I know. Hold on. Got somebody waiting on us. Good girl. Let's go. Be right with you. Gabby. Back to it, baby girl. Come on. Oh, I know, but you got a deep conditioning treatment, didn't you? At no extra charge. Yeah. All right, here we go. Gotta brush your teethies. Good girl, open wide. Good girl. You can do it. Here we go. Good girl. It's okay. You're fine. Give me a break. You're absolutely fine. Good girl. All right. Up you go. My good girl. Yes, you're my good girl. Good girl. Come on, Boo. It's okay. It's a good girl. It's a good girl. He's a good baby. Yeah, she's Miss Suzanne's good baby. Yes, she is. This is Miss Suzanne's good baby. Hi, it'll be a few more minutes. Oh, oh, the mistletoe, where you can see. Alright, yes, that's for you. Ugga. Ugga bugga. Ugga, ugga, bugga, bugga. Come over here. That's a good girl. So Gabby's just scheduled for a bath and blow dry. I'm just tidying her up a hair so she looks good in pictures for the holidays. She's always got hair sticking up in front of her eyes in her pictures, so I try to make sure it looks good. Oh, Gabby's. Gabby's is a good girl. Hold still. Hold still. Hold still, Missy. I know. I know. It's okay. Just make sure you're all nice and even. So she gets bangs and a bow. I carve out around her eyelashes. So she has her pretty eyelashes. Hold still. Alright. Put a bow in. Actually, let's put this on first. There we go. Come here. That's a good girl. I'm sorry. Got something caught in the rubber band. Let me see. Hold still. There we go. That's a pretty girl. Hold still. Don't shake it out already. Gotta at least stay pretty for 5 minutes. Stay. That's pretty too. I know. I'm excited too. All right, say goodbye, Gabby. All right, so my day's gotten off to a busy start. So I was supposed to have Gabby at 7 a.m. this morning, and then she realized she had an appointment already for 8 a.m. tomorrow. So she said, cancel 7 a.m. and I'll bring her at 8 a.m. on Wednesday. I'm like, cool. So I thought I could go home and come in this morning and do all my cleaning and my paperwork and everything. And then she was here. And then it's like, uh-oh, because I still had all my cleaning to do. Whew. So I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off already. I've been running. Running. But it's okay. It's all working out perfectly. All works out in the end. Next up is Bailey, the full coat Maltese. When Gabby's mom realized what happened, she brought me these beautiful flowers. Aren't they pretty? I gotta get them in a vase. She's running around like I am this morning. Ah. We're both like, ah. It's that time of year, right? Everybody's running around like, ah. All right. Now, let's get Bailey into the tub. Gabby's owner is so sweet. I love her. Good boy, baby. You're all right, Bubba. I don't use the whitening shampoos all the time, but I do right before big holidays. Safety. There you go. Good boy. That's my good boy, Billy. Good boy. Come on. There you go. Zoom, zoom. Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry eye groom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. We have a large monitor that can be seen right from the front desk, where you can see each workstation, giving you peace of mind with our complete transparency. Also in the waiting room, we have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. We have a kennel-free room for pets who prefer the comforts of home. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath. We also have an electric lift tub for the bigger dogs, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area, along with the professional bathers station. We have a well-stocked room with supplies for creating cute bows and bandanas in-house, and a comfortable break room for our employees. Schedule a makeover for your pets today. It's okay, stay. It's okay. Come here. Stay. Put your head over there. Put your head over there. Good boy. Stay. Come back. She'll let you know as soon as she's ready, probably about 30 minutes. So for him, I do a topsy-turvy top knot with a bow. It's a little tricky to do both at the same time, so I'm going to show you how I do it. See if we can get you close enough so that it shows pretty good. So I'm using a little bit of top knot gel just to hold the pieces in place. That's a good boy. Make the part on top of his nose and the part between his eyes nice and straight. The top knot gel is going to keep these little pieces from falling forward. We do a single bow a lot of times. I'm going to do double bows on him for Christmas. And then I'm going to take from the middle of each eye, right here, across, balanced from the corner of the eye. So the line going this way is from the middle of the eye line going across is from the corner of the eye, if that makes sense, just for balance sake. And the reason why I don't do the part I'm pulling up corner eye to corner of the eye is because it'll pull up on the eyelids, and I don't like pulling up on the eyelids at all. So this way it keeps the eyes in a nice natural position. It's a comfortable top knot. I'm going to put this one in. Like so. And then when I'm doing these types of top knots, I put 2 bands on the bow, and that way it holds firmer than when I put 1 band And I want it to hold firmly in place. Just going to wrap it twice. I never wrap it 3 times when I double band them, because 2 bands hold it nicely. Now I'm going to take my line back from where I started, go up over the ears. And this can be pretty much a full top knot, or full skull part here. So I'm going to go straight across the back of the skull, the nice straight line. Comb it out. Double check my lines, make sure there's no bunched up hair anywhere. It's important to make your lines straight whenever you do a top knot, if you can. This band is going to be loose. So it's about 1.5 inches or so up off the skin. It sits nice and loose. Uh-oh. I don't have a top knot tool in here. I gotta go to the other room. I'll be right back. Alrighty. So I'm going to use one of these. Down, baby. And going to, can you turn towards the camera, please? I'm going to poke this right through the center, up under the band. Like so. Pull the ponytail through and then slide it backwards. And that makes a really pretty top knot with a tucked back ponytail and a bow. It's a good boy. Stay. To set his part, brush all the hair backwards. Don't shake yet. Stay. Use the end prong of your comb and do about 4 inches at a time. If you try to slide all the way to the tail, the dog is going to be shaking it out before you even get there because it tickles. So I find doing a little at a time keeps them still. I prefer their standing when they do this, but it doesn't really matter. When I get it to this stage, use my anti-static spray kind of close to the dog, put it on heavily, and then press it down. That way if he shakes at this point, it'll stay put. And then brush it down. See, the part stayed. All right, let's do your pads. It's a good boy, stay. To encourage a full draping coat, I don't over trim the feet. Mostly what I trim is off the front of the foot. And lightly get anything that goes below the pads. Stay. Trimming all the way around the feet can sometimes affect the draping coat effect that you want with some of these guys. You just don't want them tripping over their hair, basically. I don't shave the bellies on these guys, the private areas, because it affects the side coat, especially on the boys. And you end up with a hole in through the side coat that's visible. So it also helps keep them cleaner because it gives a wick to the sheath that drops the stream downwards instead of shooting forwards into the hair, which keeps him nice and white. So you can see he's got long hair. He gets groomed every 6 weeks, and the only discoloration is on the wick itself. Under the tail, I don't use clippers on dogs like this. Just one little snip under the tail or two is all you need. Just to keep them with hair away from this area, but no bald spots back there. When I'm trimming after they're all brushed and combed, I try to keep all the clippings away from them because they'll tangle up in their hair. You don't want that. Now I'm going to do the final comb through. Make sure we can get a comb through it and then trim anything that I need to trim that looks out of line. Overly scissored feet definitely takes away from this style. If I did, it would not look like, you know, you want it kind of natural looking down there and flowy. But I'm looking for anything that's like egregiously out of line at the same time. And if I do trim it, I pick up the hair that's going to drape. Grab it this way. Then drape the hair back over it. When you're doing your final comb through, be sure to check up under the arms down through here, the inside of the legs. Don't forget the wick. It's got to be combed out. Inside here. And sometimes people miss the tail, so don't forget the tail. Make sure under the ears is good. All right, Bailey, you're good to go. Let's text your mommy. Stay. Alright. And I'm just going to keep him here because he has separation anxiety and he'll drool on himself a little if I put him down. So you can just hang out with me. You stay there. Don't mess yourself up. Don't mess up your bow. No. Nah. Just lay down. No shaking it out. Down. Down, Bailey. Lay down. Good boy, stay. Next up is Zoey. She's a senior Schnauzer Bichon mix. She had dental work and a lump removed a couple weeks ago, so she's extra sensitive on her face because the lump was on her face. And we were requested not to use anything scented on her today, so we will be using a medicated shampoo that has less scent because her skin's acting up. That's why they don't want scent. And then we'll be using After You Bathe by Chris Christensen. It's a really nice after shampoo treatment that's unscented, and it dissipates anything left behind by the shampoo if there is any scent at all. So it's really good for that. Down. Down. Stay. My little BB has been staying home with Dad for like the last year. Almost. And she's getting spoiled. Stay. And very demanding. And I'm like, oh, no, 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 no. We're not doing that, little girl. So last night, you know, my husband's like, stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm like, baby, sit down, stay. And she's like, yes, ma'am. So I'm going to have to start working with her a little bit and getting her out of this little spoiled, demanding, pawing at you constantly, trying to get your attention that she's getting into. Just a little too spoiled. Can't have a spoiled poodle. It escalates quickly. And then, as soon as I let her up from her downstay, she ran and grabbed my husband's slipper, which is her thing, and started shaking it and acting like she's going to tear it up. Not yet. And I'm like, oh, girly girl. Girly girl. He's a good boy. Yeah, he's a good boy. Hello, Bailey. Hello, Bailey. He's a good doggy. All right, your mommy should be here soon. I gave her a half an hour warning plus already, so she's usually pretty close. Yeah, your mommy's usually close by. Yeah, sometimes you do have to trim them up, like Debbie said. Like Chica. Sometimes the Shih Tzu I groom, sometimes she gets way past the floor, like by like this much. It just drapes. And so I lay her down and I just kind of outline her, and then I stand her up and spread it out and outline her. And then sometimes I can go back over that with thinning shears and make it look a little bit more natural. Here's your mommy. Say goodbye. I'll be back in a minute. I know. Mama's here. This is Bronco, so we're going to give him puppy ears and a puppy face. That'll look really cute. All right, let's do it. For him, we're going to use a bamboo shampoo. It looks like he's got sensitive skin. I want to use something that's really deep conditioning. All right, let's brush your teeth. I know why you like it, because it tastes like chicken. All right, let's wrap you up in a nice warm towel and head off to the drying table. So we wrap the head so they don't hear the noise so much. I keep the warm air on while I do this as well. It would take a lot of time, maybe not as much as you would think. This is how I get those puppy ears. I taper it from the back, and then I kind of round it up into the head a little bit. When I go to start to finish them, I use a finer tooth comb, so it really helps the comb glide through the hair. We're going to make him a cute tie-dye bandana. You did. You had fun. Yeah, you got through the whole thing. So what is carding? Carding, the technique, simply lifts out the undercoat. It leaves the hard flat coat that's darker colored completely intact. So when you take the knife through the dog at a 45-degree angle, it only grabs the soft undercoat. Flat-coated dogs are dogs like the long-haired dachshund, the Cocker Spaniel, the English Cocker Spaniel, the Springer Spaniel, all of your setters like the Irish Setter and the English Setter, to name a few. So mostly this technique is done on flat coats and certain terriers. So why is carding necessary? One thing is it helps you with shedding, which is a big issue. I mean, all this is shedding hair that would be all over your house and all over your clothes and in the drain every time you wash the dog. So keeping the shedding hair out of the coat saves all that shedding. It also makes the dog cooler. We are here in Florida, and if all that is under this coat, the dog is going to be hot. If you remove all that, then the dog is going to be much cooler. Another benefit of carding the coat is clearing out the follicles. If you keep all the excess coat from blocking the follicles, your dog's skin is going to be better. Your dog's going to be less itchy. The color's going to be prettier. The coat's going to lie flat and close to the skin. It's just a win-win, and it's so easy to do. Anybody can do it. So how often should you card your dog's coat? Well, I would, if I had a dog like this, I would be doing it weekly. And definitely every time the dog got bathed. So if you're doing this weekly, it's not going to take near as long as I'm doing right now. It would just be a quick one over, you know, probably take you 5 minutes, because it's not going, the dog's not going to have all this built up coat like you're seeing right now. It's just going to have a small amount. So can it hurt the dog's skin? Yes, it can, if you overdo it. And how do you know if you're overdoing it? Well, basically, if you're going through the dog's coat and it's like this, and only that much is coming out, you're done. Don't keep going over it. So if it just glides over the coat like this, you're done. You know, you might get a little bit of hair out, but don't keep doing it. If you're going through the coat and it's got a little drag to it, and you're getting hair like that out, then you're not finished. So basically, you keep going until hardly anything's coming out. So if you're getting this much, then yeah, you're not finished. Don't keep going back over an area that is finished. Move on to another area. And once you get the whole thighs, shoulders, top and neck, down the back, and a little bit down the sides done, you're good. I do not recommend doing this in the tub. While a lot of hair will come out in the tub, it's too easy to scrape skin. I don't recommend doing this when the dog is wet. I do a bulk of it before the bath, and then once the dog is dry, I'll check over them. And usually once the coat is dry and I've done it before the bath, there's nothing left, but I just double check. Here's Miss Zoey. He's a good girl. That's a good puppy. Good girl. Up. Okay. Good girl. That's a good girl, Zoe. Okay, turn. Good girl. All right, it's bath time. Come on. First, we're going to vacuum up this hair. It's okay. Good girl. Good girl, Zoe. Your next one's here, I'll finish her. Your next one's here, I'll finish this. Hi, baby. Come here. Oh, oh, mistletoe. Let's see. Oops, I forgot to move the camera. One moment, guys. Boy, I'm on the ball today. That's okay. I was busy doing a magic trick. You'll see in a minute. Ho, ho, the mistletoe. Be right back. The hair nice and smooth. We have thinning shears, which give us a nice smooth blend to the hair. These are texturizing shears. We have stripping knives. So say if I was working on a Cocker Spaniel or something like that that has the flat coat, we have stripping knives. These are for the wire-coated dogs. We have the stand blow dryer. This puts out warm air and it's really soft. And then we have the high velocity dryer for the thicker coat. So that's where all those tools come in handy. There's different tools for different coat types, for sure. Use 3 different clippers, which is a little excessive. Have all the blades that go with the different clippers and the different styles of clippers. Each one has their own blades. I have a ton of scissors. They all do different things. We have chunkers, which clip the hair nice and smooth. We have thinning shears, which give us a nice smooth blend to the hair. These are texturizing shears. We have stripping knives. So say if I was working on a Cocker Spaniel or something like that that has the flat coat, we have stripping knives. These are for the wire-coated dogs. We have the stand blow dryer. This puts out warm air and it's really soft. And then we have the high velocity dryer for the thicker coat. So that's where all those tools come in handy. There's different tools for different coat types. All right, y'all ready to see the magic trick I did? I now have a black dog to dry. cat washed Maddie for me and started to dry her, so I'm going to finish her up real quick before I do Zoey again. Alright, now it's time for Zoey. Miss Maddie. In you go. Good girl. Miss Zoey. It's your time. Yes, it is. Come on. Somebody's being grouchy. Oh. Is you playing?
He likes to play. He likes to hop around and play chase.
My good girl. Yes, Zoey's my good girl. Yes, he is. She's my good girl. Yes. She's my good girl. So we've all often talked about the potential of dryer seizures. I find it often starts after a dog has had major surgery, which she had a tumor removed from here, plus a lot of teeth in through here. I have my dryer on low, and that very first squeal you heard her make is when I turned off the dryer to catch it ahead of it happening. It is a thing with high velocity dryers. Once a dog starts that, you can never use a high velocity dryer on them again because it becomes a chronic thing. I think it has something to do with the eardrum and the surgery. Not sure about that, but I caught it before it happened, so luckily. But there's always warning signs. They start with a quick pacing and then a high-pitched vocalization before it goes into it. So you have to turn that dryer off immediately. It is a thing. Come on. So while I start drying her, I'm going to show you what a dryer seizure looks like. See if I can find it here real quick. It's not actually a seizure, that's just what they call it. Here it is. Pause this. Let me turn up the volume so you can hear it. Right. Bring you guys up on screen. And play. Oh, gotta go over here to play. off a little bit. I hope you could see that. So when they start the screaming thing, they go into panic mode, and they usually will urinate and defecate on themselves, and it passes after a few minutes. But it's important to know, especially if you're grooming your dogs at home, or if you have a senior dog and your groomer says, I can't dry him anymore, or he doesn't do well with the dryer anymore. That's what they're talking about. It's not terribly uncommon. The stand dryer, I've never had a dog do it with a stand dryer. And, you know, once we know that a dog is prone to that, we never use a high velocity dryer again. Other than that, dogs can handle it just fine. And sometimes if you take double precautions and plug the ears with cotton and wrap the head, but sometimes that's not even enough. But, you know, if you're grooming your dog at home and it starts that, you may not know what's happening. So it's important to know. And new pet groomers who haven't been grooming that long, you know, may not have experienced it, and they may not know what's happening. Good girl. So is it only senior dogs? No, it's not only senior dogs, but 99.999% of the times, I got my mic down, 99% of the time it's seniors. I've only had one young dog that did it, and he was a Bichon. And I would say, out of all the dogs that I've seen actually this happen to, I'd say 75% of them were Bichons, because it wasn't that many. But, yeah. The dog in that video was a Schnauzer. She's half Bichon, half Schnauzer. So, But I've been in a grooming shop nearly every single day for 59 years. So naturally, I've seen anything and everything that can happen in a grooming salon. Cat is blow drying a very fluffy Coton de Tuilier that gets hand scissored. So that takes a lot of time. That's what you hear in the background. Okay, turn. I got one more work day before a long weekend. Yay! I'm excited. 4 days with my hubby. It's gonna be so nice. So I was looking at more sweet potato recipes last night, trying to decide before I make my final decision on what I'm going to do with my sweet potatoes. So I found this other one where you slice the sweet potatoes very thin, and then you grease muffin cups and you stack them, this thin slices, after you've like coated them in their sweetness glory. And then you stack them in the muffin cups and drizzle some of the stuff over the top. And then you bake them. And then once they're soft, you put your marshmallows on top. And you bake them again. Or put them under the broiler for a few minutes to melt the marshmallows. And then you have little individual stacked, when you scoop them out, they're nice stacked little sweet potatoes, with the syrupy stuff in between the layers and the marshmallows on top. And I'm like, oh, that's very presentable. You know, you just use a spatula and put it on your plate and you got a nice, neat little stack of sweet potatoes. I like that. That's kind of what I was looking for. And I actually found it because I wanted like individual, nice, neat stuff, right? And the twice baked sweet potato that I was thinking about doing actually looks kind of shriveled up and messy. And I'm like, and it's actually kind of too big for most of your Thanksgiving plates, right? It'd take up too much space. So I'm like, So I just pulled up sweet potato recipe images. And I started scrolling through images until I found the image that I wanted. I'm like, oh, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. So I think that's the one I'm going to go with. And I can also, because one of my guests is a diabetic, a type 1 diabetic, and one is allergic to everything under the sun, is gluten, dairy, red meat, and eggs she can't have, which none of those are in the sweet potato recipe. But it's very easy to individualize, like have one sugar-free with just like butter on it and the, you know, nice and seasoned but not sweet. And that way she's taken care of. Or if anybody else doesn't like it too sweet, that would work. Because not everybody likes sweet. And I actually just love sweet potatoes. I don't like the super sweet stuff sometimes. And I don't want it all gooey, so that would be more like layered potatoes instead of a gooey mush. So I think that's what I'm going to go with. So I see you guys are talking about equipment and difficult dogs. That's one thing that I don't like about the training method of one very popular person who does training and what he advises. So it works in the sense of controlling your dog, but it doesn't work in the sense of training your dog, right? So he recommends using a thin collar, like a show collar, putting it right up behind the ears and holding the dog up tight like this. And that's how you control the dog when you're walking past others. And that's how he says to walk the dog. So, you know, you need to train a dog to work on a loose leash. You need to train a dog to work, you know, because that collar is going to slide down. And if it's an untrained person and then they choke them up here, it's going to be down here and then the dog's going to be gagging. It's really hard to keep a collar right up here while you're walking a dog. You'll have to constantly keep readjusting it. So, you know, I'm like, that's not training a dog, that's controlling a dog. Yes. You know, and like if you're walking your dog along and you see somebody coming up, you can move your collar up and have control. But that's not training, in my opinion. In my opinion, training is desensitizing the dog and get him so you can walk him on a loose leash past anything. By a loose leash, I mean with the dog in the heel position and the leash in a J going down. Control and training are two different things. A few months ago when I installed the tub in the back that is electric, so it goes up and down, I had hired somebody that works with a lot of police dogs. And she was going to bring the police dogs with her into the salon, so I invested and got the tub that goes up and down and everything, until I learned that a lot of our local police dogs are being imported. It's not Russia, it's not Ukraine, somewhere over there that they're importing the dogs, all the police dogs from here, because they're getting them at a really good price. But the dogs are being rushed through their training, and a lot of shock collars are being used for the training to train them really, really fast, but ineffectively, where they're actually missing a bunch of steps. And when I saw like one of the photos of what one of these dogs did to his handler, totally shredded his arm. I mean, his arm was mutilated. And she said, yeah, a lot of these dogs are coming over untrained when they're supposed to be trained, and with behavioral issues because they were rushed through their training. And I'm like, yeah, let's not bring them in. You know, I didn't want them here after I found out how aggressive they were. I thought, you know, because I've worked with Shetland dogs and stuff in the past, which is a form of training that these dogs are trained, they're very, very, very under control. And when I learned that these dogs are not under control, I'm like, oh my gosh. And they're working in our city. Yeah. Not good. So trained police dog, you're talking in the tens of thousands of dollars, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 a dog. And if they're rushed through that process, it's hard to take them back and restart them. But that's what, you know, this person's doing with them. That's a lot of work. So whenever I train my dogs, I use a martingale collar. And it's usually a webbed collar with a martingale chain in it. Even my toy poodles, that's what they wore during training. It's safe, effective. Comfortable. People don't understand when they get these big working dogs as pets and the large herding breeds, that's a lot of dog that is bred for bite force. I mean, it's something that's highly valued in them as a working dog. And those dogs aren't for everybody. You have to have experience training before you get them, hopefully, because they have to be started off right in the beginning, just right. It's hard to go back and fix problems once they're started. It can be done, but it's hard. What time is it? All right, we're doing good. One thing's for sure, if I had a dog in my neighborhood that was exhibiting those signs, I would not walk my dogs near that dog, nor would I want to be near that dog. if they were showing aggressive signs, because most times people that are walking them cannot hang on to them, and they will pull their person over to get to you or to your dogs. So don't trust that there's somebody on the other end of that leash, because them dogs are powerful. I would just say, I'm going to go inside now. I have full respect. Not fear, respect. Nor would I find it my job to help them through it. My job would be to direct them to a really good training facility. Let the professional deal with it. We used to have a wolf hybrid in our neighborhood that kept escaping from his yard. Walk outside our door and there he is. I mean, like right outside our side door on our garage. Standing there. Luckily, he's been out of the neighborhood for years now. He was big. One of my Rottweilers used to challenge me, and I always thought to myself, well, if there was ever a home invasion or something like that, I could use it to my advantage. Because if somebody came over and I went to put her up, she would turn and look at me and growl when I had a hold of her collar. And I knew her, I could, it wasn't a big deal, I could put her up. But I always thought, man, if somebody ever breaks in, they tell you to put up your dog, I could just go, ah, and she did it, and let her go and let her get them. Whenever I used to walk her down the street, if somebody looked kind of off on the other side of the street, I'd whisper to her, I'd say, watch them. And she would. She'd be like, follow them all the way down the street. She was a tough girl. All right, Miss Zoey. Come on, honey. Let's text your people. Next up, I'll be finishing Maddie. She's already had her bath and blow dry. And her nails are already done. That's the main reason why Rottweilers aren't more commonly used in the work with the police departments and such, because they challenge your authority. They're like, I heard what you told me to do, and I know what that means, but I don't think it's quite the right decision, and I think I should do this. That's a thing. The Belgian Malinois, however, are like, yes, sir. I'm on it. Whatever you say is what I do. Them some smart dogs. Not for everybody, though. Unless you want a 24-hour training job. And a puppy that acts like a piranha. All right, Miss Zoey. I can't wait till Valentine's Day. I'm going to do red and pink colors. That's going to be so cute. And for Christmas, we're doing red, green, and white. And then for Easter, that's when I started doing these, this last Easter. I did the pastels. It was so pretty. That was when I very first started, and then was Memorial Day and 4th of July. We had the red, white, and blue. I just love these little things. They're so easy and so cute. A little expensive to make, but not terribly. I'm already talking about Valentine's Day. I gotta get all the Christmas retail up in the waiting room. It's sitting in a box behind the counter. I gotta get that up. Maybe I'll let you guys help me with that. I'm going to the grocery store tonight, though. Again. All right. Say goodbye, Zoey. You did good. Here, you can go in here. There you go. All right. I was at my vet's office a while back, and I saw 2 German Shepherds get sent home without treatment because they were too aggressive for the vet to handle. And it was just like routine stuff. It wasn't like they needed something. If they needed something, they were going to have to get tranquilized or knocked out. Can you imagine being in a little tiny vet's room with a large aggressive German Shepherd? Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, nobody could even get the muzzle on those dogs. They were going to have to go home, get muzzled, get tranquilized, and come back. Like, oh, that's bad. Nothing bad about German Shepherds, of course. They're extremely smart and extremely trainable. But you have to be paired up with the right owner who knows not to spoil it and let it get away with stuff. Not to baby it. Because they're not babies. They're highly intelligent workforces. That's what they are. That's something about the breed histories. I saw you guys in the chat the other day talking about the Black Russian Terrier. I need to look it up because I haven't read it in a while, but at one point, so forgive me if I get the details wrong, but at one point, Russia had depleted its dogs to such a degree, the bigger dogs, the dogs that they used for army work or police work and all that, they had depleted their dogs to such a degree that they needed to replenish them with what they had. And the reason why the dogs have been depleted to that degree is because, forgive me if you're super sensitive, you might want to turn down the volume. What Russia did is during the wars, they would send their shepherds and their military and police dogs loaded with bombs, send them in front of a tank and blow them up so that they could blow up the tank. And so their dog force just went down. And so they started breeding another large, heavy dog that they could, have, and they used all the dogs that they had, like standard poodles and this and that, and giant Schnauzer kind of dogs, and created the Black Russian Terrier. And that's where the Black Russian Terrier came from. As far as the actual details, it's been, like I said, a while since I've read it, but if you looked it up, you could probably find those details on that breed. It's interesting. And the first I had ever heard of them is in a dog book called Dogs of the World, I think it was. And I bought this book in the 1990s. And it was a breed I'd never heard of, the Black Russian Terrier. So I read on it, and it said in that book that the dog was highly aggressive and that it's a good thing we will never see them in the Western Hemisphere. Lo and behold, we're full of them now, and they're actually quite lovely dogs. Everyone I've ever seen, I've only seen them at dog shows. I've never had my hands on one, but they're quite lovely dogs. So I guess the personality has been honed down from what they were initially. But yeah, Black Russian Terriers, big, massive dogs. All right, Miss Maddie. Come on. Good girl. There's so many interesting dog histories. All right, Miss Maddie. Get you finished. Who's coming up after this one? Stay, honey. Let's see. Next is Bari the Shih Tzu. And then Monet the standard poodle. It's okay, Mama. Yep, the Germans made suicide bombers out of their dogs. Isn't that crazy? Not the Germans, the Russians.
Are you kissing my hand? Are you? Thank you. That was very sweet. That was very sweet, Miss Maddie's. Come here. Hello. Am I not giving you any attention? You had to say, hey, I'm down here. Come here. Come here, Miss Maddie. What you doing, huh? What you doing, Miss Maddie's? Oh, she's a good girl. Yeah. Miss Maddie's a good girl. Come on over here. Maddie. Maddie. She's like, now I'm going to ignore you. Come on, Maddie. Come on, this way. Good girl. Good girl.
So the Black Russian Terrier is a massive grooming job. They get hand scissored. They're huge. And they have pretty good depth of coat. Talk about a job. That's a big job. All right, where did my other comb go? There it is.
See, I didn't forget you, Miss Maddie. No. It's a good baby. It's okay. That's my good baby. So this is a scar where she was bitten by a dog when she was young, and it caused her neck damage. So she has a lot of pain in her neck. If you handle her just wrong, she'll let you know real fast. It's like a pinched nerve in her neck. All right, baby. Have to be very careful with the puppy, huh? I was just thinking about a little dog that I really like. And she was in no-show for her appointment about 3 weeks ago, which would make her way past due. And they haven't called or anything. I'm going to have to call them, see if everything's okay. It's a little nervous dog like this one. Because since Gabby came in today instead of tomorrow, I've still got her spot blocked out. And I could take that little dog if she needs a groom and they can't get in. I'm going to offer it to them. Good girl. So the hand motions when you're doing the cupped thing. So to get the dog to lay down in your hand. Like with this dog, I like her to do it because of her neck issues. And so she's trained to do it. But you can see my thumb over here, my finger over here, and this action. So when they go to move, I block, put the hand back. If they rear their head back, I tap, tap, lay the hand back. So there's a constant cueing and movements of my hand that help to encourage them to do that.
once they're already trained. And if the hand's there and they're moving around, pet them on top of the head, comb them on top of the head, and then go back to it. So it's just a constant offering of the hand, basically. Not that they're always using it, but they will. That's a good girl. Good girl. So I'm trying to capture enough of this so I can put it all together in a training video. So last night was another thing I had a really hard time explaining how I do it, but you guys have seen me do it, right? So a groomer's asking the question, a younger groomer, newer groomer, of I've got this Yorkie that I work on. She's young, but she's so difficult because she will not stand up. And every time I try to hold her up, she flattens. So you guys have seen me work dogs out of it. Buddy the Bichon I did yesterday used to be one of those. The Westie, what's her name? Lily used to be one of those. I've had a number of dogs who have that issue. And trying to put into words how I train them out of it is difficult and almost sounds unbelievable. So, yeah. So I need to catch it as I'm training a new one to do it so that we can, you know, get the details of that down pat, just like training them to lay their head in your hand. Because there's very specific things that I do that work. Another one that I'm working out of it is the Black Lhasa Apso. I'm tired. I'm drawing a blank today on his name. But he's one that's transitioning from the flattening to the standing. He's doing really, really good. He's not 100% there yet. He's getting there. But, you know, I need stuff like this in its own videos so that I can help these newer groomers through these issues. Because it works. It totally works. It's like, yeah, I give them a hand signal. I'm trying to verbalize it. It's like, and I do this and I do that. And they're like, yeah, right, you're an idiot. I'm like, no, I'm not. They didn't say that, but it's what it looks like when it's written out. Right, Maddie? He's my good girl. Let's go grab you a collar. Come on. We are on schedule. If my next dog shows up on time. Let's see, you're probably a 10. Yeah, you are. Good girl. Just text your daddy. The first day that Lily stood up for a groom, I was in here cheering because I finally broke through to her brain. And it was like such a big deal. It was like, yay! Lily is standing, y'all. And now she does it on purpose, very purposefully. And so good. Cody, is that the Lhsa's name? I've got two Cody the Lhsas, don't I? First I thought Cody, it's like, that's not right. Gotta look it up. Too many children. Can't keep all their names straight sometimes. It's like when I was trying to think of Lily. I've been doing that client's dogs for over 35 years. And so I was going through all her dogs. It's like, was it Grimmy? No, it wasn't Grimmy. Because Grimmy was her first one. So I'm going through all her dogs over the generations. Oh, it's Lily. Here's Bari. All right, baby girl. Say goodbye. This is Rocky. He's a poodle. He's going to get a blueberry facial and his teeth brushed. That's the blueberry facial. We include it with every groom. It helps to lighten up these stains a little bit on the face. And I go ahead and use this on the whole body. We use harnesses on them instead of collars. We sell them worldwide. Much safer for the dog. Now we're going to give him a prebiotic conditioner. While the conditioner's on him, I'm going to brush his teeth. Use individually wrapped toothbrushes so they're fresh for every dog. Rinse the conditioner off. Ear cleansing solution in the ears. This helps to keep the ears healthy. This is a foam disinfectant, and it just coats everything. That'll take care of any yeast, bacteria, or anything like that. All right, buddy, let's go get you dry. Okay. Time to clean up. So the client dog that just came in, she had these little pom-pom bows in her top knot. So I tried to recreate some with the colors. So she had them in her top knot kind of offset like that with the top knot ponytail. It was really cute, so I glued some on. I should have sewn them, but I don't have anything to sew them with here today. So I just glued them on. And our client, it's for Zoey. I'll be back. It's not for you, Maddie. This is the true poodle puppy trim. It has a tied up top knot, a lot of neck hair. Angulation in the rear is scissored in. The hocks are scissored up straight. Here's this same dog in the show ring the following day. She finished her championship that weekend. She is absolutely beautiful. This is my dog Ammo at 15 weeks old. Poodles start getting their hair cut when they're 6 weeks old typically. They start getting hand scissored at 8 weeks old. This is my dog Ammo getting his hair scissored in a poodle puppy cut. This is an older poodle puppy cut. And here you can see me with Ammo in the show ring. The judges compare the dogs against the standard of the breed. They watch them move down and back and around to make sure they're structurally sound. And your haircut is very important because you want to show off the dog's attributes. You don't want hair hiding how he's moving. This is the puppy lion trim. It is a European style. The rear legs are done a bit more of the American style. You can see the European style has a bit more flare on the back legs. This is the English saddle trim. This is one of the approved haircuts in the US for the poodle. Poodles were shown in this style much more back in the 60s and early 70s than they are today. It's my favorite show trim for the poodle, however. This is my poodle BB in the English saddle trim. I just think it's so adorable. The continental trim is the most popular hairstyle for poodles to be shown in the United States. It's one of the original working trims of the poodle. Poodles were retrievers, they were used for hunting, and they worked quite effectively. You can see here that BB is perfectly able to hunt in this trim. They were bred as retrievers, so she's retrieving this bear to her bed. The historically correct continental is actually the best field trim for the poodle. Alright, so I'm in here with Maddie, and I've known this dog since she was about 8 or 9 months old. I've never seen her sit up and do the beg thing, and she just did it twice. It's like,
I did not know you did that, Miss Maddie. No.
so cute. Alright, back to work. Can't get behind schedule. I'm over here laughing at her. Tomorrow I have a dog you've never met before, which is a bit different. So her name is Maddie as well. And I used to do her before 2020. And I hadn't done her since. And she came back. She's a Cocker Spaniel. She's a senior. And she's pretty much in full coat. But we do clipper her back. We don't hand strip her back. which doesn't give us perfect blending down into the long furnishings because of her coat type and stuff, but it's a clippered full coat cocker trim. I think she's about 12 years old or so. All right, next. Y'all probably can't hear me, can you? No, you can't. Ugh, turning up the mic. I was saying I have a full coat Cocker Spaniel coming in tomorrow that gets a clippered back, not a hand strip back, that it doesn't blend real well into the side coat because of the clippered lines. Hand strip looks much better in full coat. And she's about 12 years old and her name is Maddie. That's tomorrow afternoon. All right, let's see. I'm gonna go grab Bari. Miss Bari. Come here, boo.
Hi. How's my pretty girl, huh?
All right, here's Miss Bari.
Hello.
So she gets a trim where she's short on the trunk of the body. Then the legs are scissored into pillar shapes. A long top knot, a rounded beard, and a long tail.
Right, Missy ma'am? That's what you get.
She's a very sensitive little dog. Good girl. All right, to the tub.
It's okay, baby. It's okay, baby.
Somebody just left and I didn't even hear them come in. Oh, you got them. I said somebody left and I didn't even hear them come in.
It's you. Oh, pretty girl.
She's a good girl.
Telling me like about her, how she wanted her face done. She was just laying her head here looking up at me like,
Charlotte, you're so sweet.
Hi, Charlotte.
That's a good girl. Sorry, guys. Let's see. I heard a surprising statement in a doodle owners group last night.
What's that?
All groomers are lazy and they just want to shave your dog. Never heard that one before. Come here, Maddie. Put you somewhere else. Good girl. Aww. Hello, Barry. Good girl. That's my baby. Good girl. Good girl. This way. Good girl. That was very good. Yeah. That was a very good girl. Yeah. That was a very good girl, Barry. Cousin hits cousin. Be right back.
Come on.
That's my girl.
All right, Barry. Let's try this again. You ready?
That's my girl. You and your top knot. Can you keep it out of your eyes for like 5 seconds? I think we're going to put a topsy-turvy top knot on you today. Yeah. You want a topsy-turvy top knot? Do you? Yeah? All right, here we go. Let's get you finished so we can get Monet done. Come on. Snoopy's taking a nap. Silly Snoopy. One of my favorite gifts I got last year from a client was a Snoopy cookie jar. And it is so cute. We use it for our dog treats at home. I love it. Up, up, up. I told you guys I was going to be making Santa hat bandanas over the Thanksgiving break for the dogs for Christmas. So we usually put those on the boys and not the girls. So I was just adding up in my head how many I would need based on the number of dogs that we do times the 4 weeks between now and Christmas. And I just realized I need to make 170 or so. I'm like, I don't think I have enough material for that many. So I'll make as many as I can. I better get on my job. And then we would need an equal amount of pom-pom collars for the girls. Which means we'll be doing about 350, 360 dogs before Christmas. And 2/3 of those will be live streamed. Busy, busy, busy. Come here, babe. That's a good girl. Good girl. Good girl. No, that's not right. Yeah, it is. It sounds about right. It's a good girl. While I'm making pom-pom collars, I need to count how many pom-poms go on each collar so I can know how many to order, because I keep running short and having to order more. But the smiles they bring on people's faces are totally worth it. Isn't that right, Barry? Mm-hmm. Up, up. Don't show me your teeth. I see what you're doing. Time to put these scissors in the sharpening pile. This way. Come on. Stand. Stand. That's a good girl. Quit leaning. Sorry. What do you think, Barry? Hmm? Are you cute? Let's go ahead and text your mom. Wait right there. You pretty girl. Yes, you are. You're very pretty. Yes, you're very pretty. Don't mess up your hair. Oh, you already did. You already messed up your hairs. Oh, you want belly rub? There you go. There's your belly rub. I'll fix your hair in a minute. Yes, I'll fix your hair in a minute. Alright, your mommy's been texted. Let's see, what are we going to do with it? I know. We'll put another band. like this, and that'll hold it up higher. Keep it from flopping. That should keep it out of your face, maybe.
Don't do that. Hey, 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 hey. Excuse me.
All right, we'll have to tuck it away a different way. Your ponytail's gotten so long. So, I'll do the topsy-turvy thing. Put this in here. This in here. And pull it back. There. That's better. Did you already knock off a pom-pom? No, you didn't. There. That's better. Now it's not going to go in your face. It's all tucked away in a nice, neat little bun. All right, let's look you over. Make sure you look nice. Is that too high? Loosen it up a little. Is that better? Yeah? All right. All right. Good girl. Oh, your mom won't be here for an hour. You think you can keep your top knot from being messed up for an hour? Tell me you can, right? Like no rooting around, no rolling, no burying your head. Okay? Got it? Keep your hair pretty until your mommy gets here. Okay? All right. Come on. Say goodbye, Bari. Actually, looking at her like that, her mustache is a little too mustachy. Can't have a mustachy mustache. Let's see. Let's fix it. No mustachy mustaches. I know. But you gotta close your mouth when I groom you. Because otherwise I can't see if it matches. Okay. Got it? Keep your mouth shut. She's like, that's not what you tell a girl. Like, seriously, keep your mouth shut. Like, who the heck do you think you are, lady? All right, let's see. That's better. Look.
Oh. It's like a little fairy.
Now the trick is for her to keep them until her mom sees her. Yeah, asking too much for sure. All right, cleanup time, and then it's time for Monet, the standard poodle. Here's Miss Monet. Monet gets a modified Dutch trim with pom-poms and a clean face and clean feet.
Right? That's what you get. That's what you get, Miss Monet. Yes, that's what you get, Miss Monet. Hello. Hello. Hello, Miss Monet.
She's so pretty. You ready? You ready for it? Hmm? Here we go. After Monet, we have Donnie the Sr Maltese, followed by Rollo May, the toy poodle in a Miami trim. I should try to get my Cocker Spaniel history intermission video done by tomorrow since I have a Cocker Spaniel coming in. That would be good. It's almost done. Just have to record the voiceover on it, put a few things in it, and a few animations, and it'll be done. Good girl. Turn, turn. Turn. So I shave the feet both before and after the bath. I get them pretty good before the bath and then finish them up after. Good girl. One more. Good girl. Yeah, you're a good girl. Turn. All right, turn. Dun, 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 dun. So you'll notice when I'm using this clipper with the steel blades, I change off quite often, and I check the blade for heat quite often. My 4-in-1 clippers, I can do all 4 feet on one of these without it getting warm. But my A5 style clippers, I would have to change blades every foot. But this style clipper gives me a much smoother trim on her pattern and on her face, so it's worth it. Good girl. Hurry's mom is here, so I'll be right back. So with her standing like this, you can see the pattern really good. And get you back in the camera. So that's how the pattern is set. It's very cute. It's also shaved around the neck. I haven't done that yet. Okay, Miss Monet, hup. Good girl, hup. Come on, hup. Good girl. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, hup. Come on. You're going to do it one of these days. Yes, good girl. Good girl. There you go. There. You did it. You did it all by yourself with no collar or anything. Next time you're going to jump all the way on, right? Yes, you are. Alrighty. It's going to be real noisy for a little while because we just had a noisy one come in. Okay. So I do the same thing with this part of the pattern. I do it both before and after the bath. And that way I get a nice smooth clip without my blades warming up too much or agitating the dog by just working on them too much all at once in certain areas. Stand. Turn. Turn. Since the noisy dogs are in the back, I'm going to use music while I'm washing her so you don't have to listen to incessant barking while I'm back there. All up close and personal. Up, up, up. Make for a nicer viewing experience. Right, Monet? Did I take your harness off? I'm going to put it back on to get you back to the tub. Come here. Don't need this one. So the regular harness fits a dog this size without the addition of extenders. So this harness, this grooming harness, which is available at groomingsafer.com, fits a dog anywhere from 2 pounds up to her size. You might love my salon noises from up here, but if I get in that back room and it's right up there in your face, you might not love it so much. But I'll leave it on if you want me to. Let's take a vote. Music or barking? Alright, oh, we're going. I'm not going to wait for the vote. I got to keep them moving. Got to keep moving, moving. Here we go.
Come on, big girl. This way. Come on. All right, you're going to give it a go this time? Hup. Come on. Hup. Yes, good girl. Good girl. That was very nice. Yes, it was very, very nice. Yeah. You did it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did do it. You're a good girl.
Okay. Okay. The goal with the high velocity dryer when you are doing a poodle or a Bichon is to blow them out as dry as you can possibly get them everywhere from the skin out before you start brushing and using the stand dryer. And then at that point, you do the top knot, fluff over the ears, and then go as quickly as you can 3 times around the dog. The first time's with your softest brush that'll penetrate the hair. Go evenly over the outer coat of the entire dog. Go back with a little bit firmer brush. Go deeper. And I actually think my dematting brush is the best brush that penetrates her hair now that I think about it. The others really don't do much, but I'll still use my softer brush to straighten out the outer coat before I start going deep. So it's once around, twice around, 3 times around. And the top knot's pretty well completely dried before we even start brushing the body.
So, let's do this.
Who are you growling at? Hmm? turn. Let's go. Hurry, hurry. Hurry, hurry. So before I move on to my dematting brush, I'll tell you why. This brush has some hook in its pins. It's not bad. It's not like some of the other brushes that really grab the hair, but her coat is such that this brush grabs. See? She's not matted there at all, but you see how the brush pulls on her? That's why I don't do that one. My dematting brush has firmer but straighter pins, so they're not as bent and they're longer, and this goes through her, so that's why I use this one. It penetrates the coat, but it doesn't have the drag. So what I'm looking for is a brush that will fluff and not drag and yank on her hair. And it depends on the dog and the coat. Her coat's got this cottony texture that just tends to grab. Turn. Come on. Come on. Turn. Turn. Such a good girl. Now that I've broken through with the dematting brush, I may be able to switch back to the other one, bring up some fluff. If it still has too much grab, then I'll switch back. This is the third round. Come on. Good girl. All right, let's go this way. Okay. Come on. All right, turn. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Oops, sorry. All right, one more time. Come on. Turn. Turn. Ah. Okay, I got you. I got you, baby. Floofy Poodle. Alrighty. Follow this. You're good. Yes, you're a good girl. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. My turn. Okay. Good girl. He's a good baby. Yes, he's a good baby. Yes, he is. All right, turn. Good girl. Good. Okay. Good baby. Yes, you very good baby. Up. It's a good girl. Let's do two. See if we got another one here somewhere. Stay. There it is. turn. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you. Stay. All right, turn. It's a good girl. had to fall all the way behind the table, didn't it? Luckily, I had another one. It's kind of hard to get a good view on a big poodle like this. Do the best I can. All right, turn. One thing with the constant turning, it does keep them from getting too bored. It's making her think a lot. It also allows me to stay even on each thing that I'm doing on each side. On the back of the top knot, I bring my top knot down into a point here. Just trying to outline everything before I start scissoring. It's like drawing a picture and then coloring in the shades. You outline it first. Turn. Good girl. Stand up straight. This dog gets a haircut every 3 weeks, so I can keep her nice and shapely. It's important on these hand scissored trims to not let them go more than a month, because that creates at least double work for the groomer. They have to knock down the coat before it goes in the tub. They have to hand scissor it over a lot more. I wouldn't even accept a dog like this that went more than a month. That would be a non-starter for me. You know, if it were something, you know, happened and they had to go longer, that's different. But if they made a routine of it, that's too hard. Not that I'm trying to look for easy. I'm just saying it's hard on my hands. It's hard on my wrists. It's hard on the blow drying. takes a lot more time, which is hard on the dog. It's just a no-go. Clippered trims, yeah, if you're clippering it. Not snap-on comb trims, clippered trims. So that would be really short. Snap-on combs means you have to bathe and blow dry it all and get it all combed through before you can run a snap-on comb through it. So, yeah, it's still too much. And this haircut, well, people can do this with snap-on combs. It wouldn't look like this. It'd be a lot shorter and a lot less shapely. It'd be more plain Jane. Even the longest snap-on comb can't touch this. While I was blow drying her, the things groomers think about when they're blow drying dogs, especially when it takes a while. I was thinking of a dressage horse named Glamourdale. And I was picturing him doing dressage to Another One Bites the Dust. And I'm just thinking of the song and picturing the horse in my head while I'm working. I love that horse. He's the most beautiful creature. All right, turn. Something about white standard poodles makes me think of horses. You know, a lot of horse people like that have standard poodles. They seem to go hand in hand. Stay. Stay. Stand straight. You don't need to watch what I'm doing. Behave. Turn straight.
Stop looking around here. Oh, you want to face that way? But I'm already kind of done with the other side. I need this side. So, move it over, big girl. Stay. Thank you, cat. Okay. Nobody's home. Stay. You're getting tired. We're almost done. Good girl. All right, we
can't do your chest sitting down. You got to stand. Stay. I know my mic is probably right on the edge of dying. If it dies before I finish her, I'm not going to have time to stop and change it until I get her off the table, so have patience. One of the hallmarks of this trim is super clean, crisp lines. No messy clipper work. I'm going to move faster. I'm running out of time. Not really on her because her people are patient, but I've got other dogs in line that I've got to get done. I love this client. They never, ever, in all the years I've known them, have rushed me. They give me all the time I need. but the next clients in line don't. So let's do your tail. Stand. Stay. Stay. Ugh. It's cats. Thank goodness. Stay. You're all right. Stay. All right, one final go over with the fine tooth comb. I did all the other scissoring with a wide tooth comb. Use a little bit of scissoring spray. So just like the blow dry, I usually go over hand scissoring 3 times as well. Clipper work 2 to 3 times. And I'm going to finish up the clipper work by taking my 40 blade and carving out around the pattern just to sharpen my lines. right, turn. Last time, I hope. Except for carving out the pattern. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Stay. No. Stand straight. Stand straight. Stay. No. You know, it's kind of hard to scissor a dog in a U shape, right? Hmm? Stop it. Stop it. Stand straight. So I've had groomers tell me, why spend all this time hand scissoring? Why do all that? I tell you what, a dog like this is a walking billboard. Advertising dollars hard at work. That's how I look at it. Doesn't bother me at all to spend a little extra time, especially on a flashy dog. It's a canvas. We're in a large strip mall. We got a high-end restaurant next to us. A nail spa that's very nice. A veterinarian. When a dog like this walks out the door, she turns heads. Alright, 40 blade. I'm just going to sharpen around the edges of the lines. text your dad. I don't have the thing in here. Ugga-bug, I'll have to wait. If Monet's people are watching, you can head over. Because I can't reach my phone to text you. Good enough. You could spend all day on something like this and just keep going over it and over it and over it. Oh, your dad's here. That was fast. All right, I'm gonna go check her out. You guys watch her on the floor. I check her out. You stay here. Hi.
I was watching. I was on appointments and doing stuff, but I was watching. Desiree was texting me, "Are you watching this? She looks so beautiful."
She is beautiful.
Desiree's having a blast, by the way, up in Virginia watching Monet.
I forgot to mute my microphone. I'm sorry.
Oh,
They're
that's
hearing
okay.
you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
But
As long as you don't mind.
No, it's okay. She's having a great time watching it.
It'll be 150. All right, big girl. Miss Fancy Pants. Oh, are you ready to get on the table again? Yay, good girl. Here. So now you can see the pattern. How clean and crisp it looks. All right, Monet, say goodbye.
Wow. Look at you. I love how she struts her little bit.
I know, she's awesome.
So pretty. You were a showgirl.
Thank you so much.
She could have been a showgirl.
She's beautiful.
She's turned out. It wasn't for those ears being the color. If it was just like Snow White.
That's cream. That's acceptable.
You ready to go home? Say thank you, Suzanne. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. You too. Alrighty. Alright, that was Little Miss Fancy Pants. I'm going to change out my microphone while I got a minute, and then we'll get started on Donnie the Maltese. Let's see here, put something on for you while I am changing this. Do this. The teddy bear trims are for people who do not want the typical tail. Here Mia has a teddy bear trim with a very round head, sort of like a Bichon Frigé on the head. Short ears, a little bunny tail. This is very fluffy. This is Bo. He has a teddy bear trim with long ears. And he gets a shorter face than Mia does. Tighter in the cheeks, tighter on the chin. A bit more of a poodle-y look. He has about 1 inch to 1.5 inches of hair. It's about 1 inch long on the body and about 1.5 inches on the legs. This is a fusion-inspired teddy bear trim. It's very flared in the legs. This is the same dog in a regular teddy bear trim. He is hand scissored all over. The hair on the body is about 3/4 inch long. The hair on the legs is about 1 inch to 1.5 inches long. He has a round bunny tail and a cute round face. This dog is trimmed like a doodle. His hair is left somewhat curly. He has short tapered ears, a teddy bear mustache, and he's absolutely adorable in this trim. Come on. My phone's been ringing off the hook. I bet a bunch of people want to get their dogs groomed tomorrow. had a client leave a few messages this week. She's got a Shih Tzu about to have his first birthday, who's never been groomed before. And she wanted to get him in tomorrow morning. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Like, nope. Not hopping in. Sorry, babe. I keep responding, telling her we don't have anything. By text, I respond. Don't have anything until after December 2nd with cat only. But she keeps trying. It's not exactly the kind of groom you can squeeze in. All right, Donnie, we're gonna go get him in the tub. You probably can't hear me too good, but that's okay. Oh well. To the tub. Donnie. Come on, Bubba. How you doing, little man? Hmm? All right, baby. I was just thinking about Dixie, the Shih Tzu, the senior that I do. And I was remembering back when she was young that she was the only dog that I ever truly worried that her eyes would pop out. If you stretched her skin back like this, her eyes looked like they would just pop right out of her head. And I was always so careful how I handled her. And it turned out she had glaucoma. But her eyeballs were like that from the time she was young. So I wonder how long she actually had glaucoma. Because I've done her since she was a puppy. I just thought of it for the first time in years because she's had glaucoma. She's been treated for it for years now. But when I was washing his face and his eyeball, you know, came and protruded a little bit there. It made me think of Dixie and her eyes all those years ago. Huh. Poor Dixie Doodle. I always thought it was because she was just a big-eyed Shih Tzu. Never really thought about it potentially being glaucoma when she was young. I was actually the one who caught the glaucoma, though, and I kept suggesting they get her eyeballs checked for pressure by the vet, and the vet kept saying they're fine, they're fine, they're fine, they're fine, until they weren't fine. And one actually did burst, and then it cost thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get her to a good point. And a year worth of treatments just to get the eyeball healed to a pretty decent part, you know. Where that didn't have to happen. That's why you need to go to a veterinary ophthalmologist when you really want to have the eyes looked at, not just a regular vet. Not that regular vets aren't good, but they're specialties for a reason. last time I groomed Dixie, she was going to have surgery on the other eye. The day after I groomed her. And I put the video of the day before I groomed her on our other channel, Grooming Safer. And it shows how I dealt with her face, because she won't let me do her face easily anymore. Understandably so. I'm going to brave the grocery store tonight. So on Dixie, when I finally did suspect glaucoma, and I was talking about not having suspected it earlier on, but when I finally did, one eye was bigger than the other, noticeably. And it kind of looked like it was awkward shaped coming out towards the front. And so at that point, it's like, yeah, it's off balance. There's something not right there.
All right, Donnie. You're good, buddy. He's okay. He's okay, Mr. Donnie. Good boy. So I was on the Nextdoor app day before yesterday, and I saw a groomer advertising not only grooming but boarding, pet sitting, and get this, she was advertising free veterinary advice. And I'm like, isn't it illegal? You can't do that unless you're a vet. Free veterinary advice. That's exactly how she worded it. You can get in big trouble for that, legally. That's practicing medicine without a license. Whenever I tell a client, like, I'll say, you might want to ask your vet about a tear test for a dog if I suspect that they have dry eye. Or you might want to talk to your vet about this, or you might want to talk to your vet about that. But to advertise free veterinary advice, it's like, ooh, girl, you're asking for it. We can all know a lot of things. We just can't share them too much, you know? It's like I'm sure nurses know a lot just by standing there listening to doctors and doing their job, but they can't be a doctor. Vet techs who work in an animal hospital for 20, 30 years know a lot, but they still can't practice.
right back. Stay there, buddy.
All right, Mr. Donnie, come here, babies.
It's all right, buddy. boy. One more dog after this one. It's Rollo May, the toy poodle, and she's going to get a Miami trim. And Rollo was actually one of the main reasons I started streaming again. Rollo's mom really wanted to see how Rollo was progressing. So I streamed her groom, and then I started streaming again. So everybody thank Rollo May's mom for the return of the streams. I had other customers requesting it, but it was actually Rollo that made me decide to do it again. Because she had progressed so beautifully. And it was such a shame not to share it, you know. You can tell the pet parents, oh, they're doing great now. But unless they can actually see, it's kind of hard to know, right? So I guess it's been about a month now that I've been streaming again. Because Rollo was here a month ago. I had several clients asking about it. And I'm like, no, 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 no. So last week I did my Thanksgiving shopping, everything but the fresh stuff. So tonight I'm going to the store to get the fresh stuff. I bet it's going to be a madhouse already. Good boy, Donnie. Good boy. Actually challenging to get all the hair that curls inside their mouth sometimes. It's just a tiny bit at a time, and you just keep looking for what curls back in. The goal is when they're panting, you don't want to see any hair curling into their teeth. It's very clean, very comfortable for the dog. Makes them feel good. I gotcha.
boy, Donnie. Yes, you are. You're a very good baby. Yes, he's a very good baby. Yeah.
All right, good enough, old man. I got you. Ugh. Look at your face in that position. It looks not good. Let's see. Sometimes when you're right on top of a dog, you can't see things that you can see from a further perspective. It's one of the things that makes dog grooming challenging. And sometimes if you're waiting right outside and you pick up your dog like immediately, we don't sometimes have a chance to see things that we might have seen if we're looking at your dog just running around. Let's see what it looks like now. Still not good. It's only when he shuts his mouth. Come here, shut your mouth. That's another thing, if they're panting or whatever, we can't always see. Or if they don't perk up their ears, we can't always see. Until they stop it. I'll be back. When choosing the best hairstyle for your Shih Tzu, there are many factors that you should consider. Whether you groom your Shih Tzu yourself or hire a professional groomer, you will need to decide which haircut is best. The most important consideration is time. The amount of time needed for the Shih Tzu coat depends greatly on the length of coat that you plan for your Shih Tzu to have. The longer the coat, the more time you will need to maintain it. Dogs who keep full top knots will need their hair done daily to keep the top knot from getting tangled. This is usually done with at least 3 sections so as to prevent the ponytail from falling forward into the eyes. It is very important to have a grooming surface to work on your Shih Tzu. A grooming table is best with a non-slip surface. A ponytail tool can be used to keep the ponytail lying flat without flipping into the pet's eyes. You can even create pigtails. There are so many cute looks when you keep a longer top knot. The tassel top ponytail is cute as well. It is put up with one band gathering the entire top knot. Then once it is up, it is trimmed into a fan so that it never falls forward into the eyes. Bangs can be trimmed for those who prefer not to be bothered with the daily maintenance requirements of a long top knot. An energetic family lifestyle provides more outdoor activities. A Shih Tzu in this environment may need a shorter trim. This popular style is easy to maintain. It is short, but not too short. The length can be adjusted to suit your taste. Most commonly, a 3 or 4 blade is used on the trunk of the body. The legs are scissored and blended into the body. And the face is rounded. The ears and tail can be left long or trimmed. The best tools to maintain the coat are a universal slicker and a medium fine-tooth comb. A good brushing every 4 to 5 days will suffice. Bathing should be done weekly, but also can be done every 2 weeks if needed. Busy professionals may choose a fun, fashionable style for their Shih Tzu that is easier to maintain than full coat. Each length of coat will require a different set of tools and routines to maintain the hair. This style is very pretty. The trunk of the body is typically trimmed with a snap-on comb such as a 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch. You can also use a 3 blade or a 5/8 HT. The legs are scissored full. The top knot, tail, and ears are typically kept long. The fuller coat requires daily brushing. The best tools to maintain this style are a universal slicker brush, a long pin slicker brush, and a medium wide tooth comb. You will also need a rat tail comb and bands for the top knot. Shih Tzus are amazing little dogs. Their personalities make them an endearing pet. They are incredibly intelligent, which has its pros and cons. The Shih Tzu will need a lifetime of grooming. Shorter styles will need a slicker brush, while the longest styles will require a pin brush. Top knot pillows are a must-have if you plan to keep a ponytail on your Shih Tzu. Keeping a Shih Tzu in full coat is a labor of love. People who choose to keep a full coat are very dedicated pet parents who protect their dog's coat with every ounce of their being. These coats are easiest for me to keep if I do a laying daily, along with tying up the top knot, and then a full bath, conditioning, blow dry, and complete comb through every 5 days. Yes, you heard me right, every 5 days. The Freestyle Fusion trims are very fun. While they are easier to maintain than full coat, they still require daily maintenance. The chin hair is completely removed and trimmed. The characteristic oval mustache defines this style. The tools needed to maintain this style are a pin brush, a long pin slicker, a medium wide tooth comb, a rat tail comb, and bands for the top knot. These styles are trimmed very short on the entire trunk of the body, using a 4 or 5 blade, while the legs, top knot, and ears are very long. The grooming should begin at the breeders long before the dog goes to its forever home. The first bath time experiences can make or break the dog's attitude about grooming, especially when it comes to having its face washed and cleaned. I cannot stress enough that you must plan a way to never get water in this breed's nose. Finding the right setup for washing the Shih Tzu is crucial. Some choose to keep their Shih Tzu in a body contour style. Basically clip down all over with short round faces. While these styles are easy to maintain, the dog still needs to be brushed and washed regularly. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to tap the notification bell so that you don't miss my next video. Hi, we'll bring her right out. She's here for Vivi.
Rollo May. Miss Rollo May. Gonna get all pretty. She's gonna get all pretty. She's the last doggy of the day. The last doggy of the day. Yeah. Yeah. Boop. you. Yes, I do. I love you, Rollo May. Hello, baby. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Rollo May. Hello. I know. You sweet girl. Yeah. Oh, my baby.
Hello. Enough. All right. Let's see your feet. You ready? Here we go. Oh, good girl. Thank you. It's low on battery. Switch to this one. So you can see her better. Since she wants to hang out over here. Pretty cool. The lighting I'm using now shows up black dogs. Ooh, I just noticed that. Shows white dogs and black dogs equally. That's pretty cool. Technical challenges between the sound and the lighting. Good girl. Turn, Roman. I don't need kisses right now. You stay right there. Good girl. Don't forget, we're having pizza tomorrow.
I eat everything, so anytime you want it's good.
Sounds good to me. My kind of girl. All right, Rollo May, it's time to get in the tub, Miss Perfection. Miss Perfection, you are. Yeah? Yeah? You ready? Give me 5. Yes, good girl. okay. See? It's okay. Good girl. Good girl. Let's do this side. Come here. It's all right. I know. It's kind of new, huh? For me to do it for you. Open wide. Good girl. That's a good girl. Come on. before I start drying her, this dog has the most beautiful eyes. I think her eyes are the most favorite of all the dogs that I work on, especially those eyelashes. You see the eyelashes coming out on the opposite side there? She's got the prettiest little eyelashes. You can really see them when she's wet. Come here, Rollo May. Show me your pretty eyelashes. Look at those eyelashes. Her eyes are like a Disney princess. They're so pretty. They're the absolute prettiest eyes of all the dogs I work on. Especially the way her little lashes curl up. At least in my opinion. Alright, let's get you dry. okay. It's okay. Come on. So you guys often hear me talk about the different colors in poodles. Her brother Romeo was obviously going to be a blue. And he's got a thinner coat than she does. So his blue showed up earlier. She too is going to be a blue. And she started changing not too long ago. You can kind of see it in her tail. They go through a browning stage before they go blue. So she's kind of in her browning stage right now. But because she's got such a thick coat, her blue's really not going to show up thoroughly until she is about 3 years old. Maybe 2.5. You can see the browning in through here. That is part of going blue. You guys always hear me talk about my Kerry Blue Terriers. And Kerrys are the same way. If they have a thinner coat, they go blue young. If they have a really dense coat, it can take a while for the color to clear. And blue's a technical color in poodles, and it's a correct color. And you can't always tell when they're babies if they're going to be black or blue. But you can see it in her shorter hair more than her longer hair. Like especially right in here, you can see the lighter color. Blue is like a steel or a steel gray. You can really see it right here. Zoom in. So you can see that. So I can see what I'm doing too. So you can see the silvery hairs coming through and the pretty shade. And sometimes people think it's like a faded color. It's not. It's a true color. Just like a cream. They think it's like an off-white, and it's not. It's a cream. You can really see the browning in her tail there. But the browning is not something to worry about. It's a phase. of the change. It's not the change. So I saw a question last night posed from one groomer to others. And the question was, what do you consider difficult and when do you decide to charge a difficulty fee? And my answer was never. I never in my entire career have ever once charged a difficulty fee on a dog. And that's not to say that others shouldn't. They should if they feel it takes more time. I find the time I spend worth every minute, and I enjoy it. So I consider it like a hobby if I have to spend more time on that, and a challenge, and I enjoy it totally. So I've never, and I don't like to upcharge. And not only that, if you have a dog that's giving you a hard time and he took you longer than it should have, and then you decide to upcharge the owner, how much time are you going to spend in that waiting room telling that client why you upcharged them? You'd spend more time doing that than you would doing your next dog. So I'm like, nope. And that's what I mean by my work is my hobby, and my hobby is my work. I compartmentalize it that way. And I love training, and I don't get out and do it much, so I do it all here. Okay. For the longest time, blue was always my favorite color in poodles. And now it's brown. Partially because I have brown poodles, but also because I've learned to become very fond of the temperament of the brown. But forever, the blue was my favorite. It could be because I love Kerry Blue Terriers too, so I love the blue color. But even when I was a kid, I loved blues. My mother was a breeder and she always sought after the blues, and I don't know if it for the girls, and I don't know if it was true or not, but she always said that blues will produce whatever color you breed them to. Now, I don't believe that, but it always seemed to happen that way. But she always valued the blues for that reason. But genetically, it doesn't make much sense to me. It'd just be a genetic color. Usually with the blues, you have whites with silver skin in the pedigree, and you also have blacks in the pedigree. And you usually don't have browns in the pedigree that I know of. But we had several blues that I grew up around. And that could be why I like them too. Came to appreciate the color. Of course, back when I was told that as a kid about them producing that way, you didn't have DNA and all that stuff. That was in the late 60s, early 70s, mid 70s. We know a lot more now than we did then. It's okay. girl. Yes, that was a good girl. She's a good baby. Yes, she's a good baby. Yes, you are. All right, let's vacuum up this hair. All right, you. Let's get you finished. I just cleaned up all that hair. You should see my waiting room. It's covered in hair, especially after Monet left. It was snowing out there. It was just going. I gotta mop the shop tonight, but I also have to go to the grocery store tonight. All right, yous. I gotta at least do the waiting room. So much to do this time of year with the holidays. That haircut on Monet, the standard poodle, it looks good on her, doesn't it? Not every poodle can pull that off so well. But it looks like it was just made for her. Let me see. It's easier for me to see a black dog against this lighter backdrop. When I'm scissoring. It's a nice thing about these paw mats. You have two separate colors. To choose from on each one. That's too far down. Well, it's been a pretty fun day today. Fun doggies. You guys finally get to meet Maddie the Cocker Spaniel tomorrow. She's a cutie. I had stopped doing her in 2020. They had 3 of them in full coat then. And I had tried for a long time to get my arm to heal. And I could not get it to heal. And I kept trying and trying. Finally, I had to drop the weight limit of the dogs I worked down on all the way down to 15 pounds. And I kept it at 15 pounds for quite some time. And finally my arm healed. But it took time. It took a couple years. And it was sad because there were so many wonderful clients that I just decided I needed to put myself first and get healed up. Hopefully, I didn't know if I'd ever heal up at that point. But I knew that I had to go drastic. So that's why they weren't coming for all that time. They found somebody that they were pleased with. So they stayed. And then that person left where they were at. And so they came back. One of their dogs was the most unique color I'd ever seen in a cocker. She was like a blondish red with blue ears. I've got images of her I can share with you guys. I'll share those tomorrow. It was beautiful. I'd never seen anything like it. I had seen a party color that was red, white, and blue. Had blue ears and red and white spots. And that was pretty unique. But the red with the blue ears, so cool. She was a sweet girl too. She's passed away a couple years ago now. And Maddie is brown, which is very pretty. I think I have any pom-pom collars made for her. I don't. I'm going to make one real quick and let her run around. I'll be right back. To do her top knot, we're going to mist the top knot with anti-static spray. Comb it out. And using our rat tail comb, we are going to go about a ½ inch back, create a nice straight line. Mist a little bit of coat conditioner on there to help hold the hair back out of our way. And put our first band in. Use our comb to check to make sure that no skin was caught in there. Make our next line right about the front of the ears. Repeat the whole process. Push this down. Comb this up. We're going to put our second band right on top of the first band. About a 1/2 inch up. Like so. Now we're going to put our bow on. Very pretty. And then we're going to bring all the hair from behind the bow. Separate the hair from the ears. Make sure we don't catch any of the ear hair in this. Comb it out. And comb the section before. Comb it all together. Then put a band right on top of the bow. This holds all the hair nicely and keeps the ponytail back out of the eyes.
Hello, May. Come here. Gotta get you finished. Come on. Miss Rollo May. Miss Rollo May.
cherry pie on top of her bow.
Because she's sweet as cherry pie, aren't you? Yeah. Hold still. Gotta put your bow in. Make you all pretty for Thanksgiving.
All right, Miss Rollo. What do you think? All right, guys. I think that bow's too close to the front of her top knot.
I don't like it.
Doesn't suit her anyway. No, it doesn't. I think you're prettier with just a pom-pom collar.
It was just too much, wasn't it?
That's prettier. All right, guys. Look at those eyes. Now that her hair is all dry. See what I was talking about earlier with these eyes? Like, oh my gosh. Look at those eyes. She has the prettiest little eyes, like ever. All right, let's see. Tell you guys who we got for tomorrow. Tomorrow. Then I'm gonna log off. Tomorrow, 7 a.m. we have Winnie the Shih Tzu. Ooh, she's a handful. Ugh. Followed, well, actually, the one after her had canceled, so I'm gonna need the extra time for Winnie. She's really hard on her face. Then we have Rosita, the Coton de Tuileries, Bo and Mia, and I'm going to trim them both since it's a holiday. I want them to be extra pretty. And then Coco, the miniature poodle, the male. Max, the super senior Yorkie. Maddie, the cocker spaniel. Teddy, the toy poodle. And Boot, the Maltese. And then I do have one last one, but they don't want their dog live streamed. So that one will not be streamed. So I'll be logging off at 5 or so tomorrow. So thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like this video and hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next stream. And subscribe to my channel. All that really helps me a lot. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. with a naughty Shih Tzu. Actually, she's been doing pretty good. First thing she does, she freaks out when she gets here. It's like her third visit now. She's been here twice. First thing she does is she poops everywhere and she smears it like all over everything. And she's like traumatized behavior. And then as we start working, she starts to soften and soften. She's a little off. I don't know what it is that's a little off with her, but she's a little off. Like, she kind of leans and, you know, she kind of acts like drunk, but she's not tranquilized. She's an interesting little character. I think we're making a lot of progress together. You know, I don't think she'll ever be like totally chill, but we're making progress. Look at those eyelashes. So pretty. All right, I'm going to log off. Yes, and I'm going to go text your mom even though she can't be here till 6:15. I think I should text her anyway so she knows you're ready. What do you think? Give me 5? Yes, good girl. All right, we'll see you next time, guys. Bye.